What's up, buddy? Big audience today for Aldrick, huh?
Hey, what's up, man?
What do you do up this early?
All good. Aldrick Potgeer is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Aldrick, a real nice start for you today at 367. What'd you do well out there?
I think I hit in the right spots on the golf course. It was, especially on the greens. I didn't feel like I had to putt over some of these big slopes we had. So I definitely left myself in really good positions on the green and definitely made some long putts. So it was nice that the putter was warm and struggling off the tee a little bit on that front nine when it was cold, but definitely got better on their back.
That's great. You made quite a few birdies, it looks like. Any of those stand out to you?
Yeah, I think the one on 11 was a nice putt from down the slope, I think. So that was pretty nice to hold a long one.
Perfect. We'll take some questions, starting up here with Dan on mic 4.
Aldrick, this is your lowest round in a major so far in your career. What kind of confidence does this give you with a performance like today moving forward?
Yeah, I think it helped this morning being out so early. There wasn't a lot of people out there this morning on the first couple of holes, so it was nice to kind of get in my own little space and kind of get a groove in early on. And it's nice being in America, playing here over the last 2 years and kind of coming to these big events, playing more signature events as well. So I definitely feel this week I'm more comfortable. I had some really nice finishes in the last couple of weeks, kind of momentum moving in, so that's also nice.
That's great. We'll go down here to Juan on mic B.
Can you talk a little bit about your vision of your expectations coming into the week and how good this feels for you today? No?
Yeah, it's nice to be on the leaderboard early on in the week. I think the last couple of weeks I didn't have that first round where I got myself close enough to the leaders and kind of felt like I had to catch up a little bit. So it's nice to be in this position now and getting in before hopefully the wind picks up a little bit for this afternoon. So it's nice to get out early and get the first day done.
And talking about how comfortable you feel with the best players in the world, and then who's kind of your inspiration among the South Africans, no?
Yeah, I think one of the big names that always pop up is Ernie Els, seeing how well he did in the majors all the time and kind of how he was always in that top 10 all the time, how he was hanging around those leaders. So I think it's nice to have a first round settled in and kind of be in a good position for the rest of the week, having a bit more of a mid-morning kind of tee time for tomorrow, so I can kind of have a look at the leaderboard, see what other guys are doing. So it's nice to be on a golf course that I'm more comfortable at, and it's nice to have some good results on the first day, so it's nice.
Jim?
How many drivers did you hit today, and do you really, does it fit you okay off the tee with the driver, or do you not need it that often?
I think probably out of the 14 we would hit, I think there's 4 par 3s, so I'm probably hitting around 10 or 11 at least out there. So it's definitely wind and tee box dependent. But that front nine was a little cold, and I was hitting some kind of knuckleballs. It's hard when the shaft is that stiff and your body's not working properly to get the ball speed up for the shaft to work as well. So it was pretty tough to grind out on that front nine, but we'll definitely hit some more fairways in the warmer weather.
And I'm just curious, with only the 2 par 5s, is it important that you made birdie on each one? Is that important if you're going to score around here?
Yeah, I think you got to take advantage. Not either 1 par 5 is real gettable, I would say. I think 16 is a really long one and is playing into the wind today. So if you can cover those left bunkers, you might be able to reach in with maybe a 4-iron or 2-iron or a 3-wood. And that pin placement is real tough. I think a lot of guys be hitting in that bunker, trying to make a good up and down. And 9 is a little bit more forgiving, I think, trying to hit on the green and just have a really good 2-putt on that big green. So I wouldn't say they're too gettable, but I think it definitely goes a long way getting those 2 under the belt as birdies.
Thanks for your time, Aldrick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Joaquin Niemann is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Joaquin, 1 under today in your opening round. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it was a good day. I mean, I enjoyed it. It's a tough course. A lot of excitement coming before the round, and yeah, just nice to get it going. I played a good round. It was fun out there.
Perfect. We'll open up for questions, starting right here on B with Mike.
Obviously, a T8 last year, your best performance in the major. How much do you kind of lean on that in terms of like how you're approaching these majors now? Maybe a little bit more confidence going in, that type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first major for me of the year. I couldn't play the last one. I had a different experience watching the Masters back home. You know, it was kind of cool also actually to see it in a different perspective. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, it's fun tournaments, you know, they're good fields, amazing golf courses. It's different setups than we're used to. So yeah, I mean, it's a special week for sure.
Did you go into this major the same as you did last year in terms of your prep?
No, I mean, I always try to do my best. I always try to improve. I think this, you know, I was saying Pete Cowan yesterday, the day I figured out this game, I'm going to retire. And he answers, I'm 75-year-old and I haven't figured it out yet, so good luck. so yeah, I mean, I don't think I am ever going to figure it out. And I mean, the only way I can do is just come here, show up, the best possible way I can prepare to it, and just play golf.
Alan?
I'm wondering have you talked to Jon Rahm about staying patient in the majors? You both are eager to bust loose here, but did you ever seek any advice from him as someone who's won a couple?
I mean, just being around him, I think is always nice. You know, he won a few already. He won Masters and US Open, and obviously he's been playing unbelievable golf on LIV. Had the pleasure, you know, to go head-to-head against him for the last 2 years, and it's been great. I learned a lot from him. He's a great player, great attitude, and yeah, I mean, obviously patience, I think is, you know, it's probably up there on the words that you gotta keep on your mind playing this game.
Do you sense that he's a little frustrated that he hasn't won a major since he went to LIV?
I don't think we ever talk about it, no. He doesn't seem, no. I don't know.
En español, maestro.
Maestro.
Eso. Cuéntame un poco qué ha funcionado bien hoy y dónde han estado las dificultades.
¿Qué ha funcionado bien hoy? Bien, o sea, ¿qué es bien? O sea, puede ser mejor, puede haber sido peor. Pegué bien desde el tee. Par de tiros que quedé en el rough, como en el hoyo 1, terminé haciendo birdie. En el tee del hoyo 10 también terminó en el rough. La verdad tuve buen tiro a green. No sé, pude solucionar bien desde los lugares en los que estuve un poco más complicado. Siento que nos mantuvimos mucho en la estrategia de ser un poco menos agresivos, sobre todo estando en situaciones un poco fuera de posición y también hay muchas banderas, sobre todo en estos greens con hartas lomas y pendientes y runoffs y de todo. Creo que mantenerme paciente en la estrategia y jugar mis tiros y ir poco a poco creo que me ayudó a ir un poco más paciente quizás también durante la ronda.
Y hablas un poco de esto, pero llevo un tiempo viéndote prepararte para el PGA Championship, ¿no? Que necesita una preparación como específica, ¿no? Un tipo de salida, ¿no? De tee shot, de salida desde el tee, hay que lidiar con el rough, que son las cosas que trabajas para esta semana, ¿no?
Desde el tee, me gusta, soy muy visual, más que creo que hay tipos de gente que se van con una trayectoria y se mueren con esa trayectoria todo el día. Para mí es más visual, depende cómo vea el hoyo, por dónde tengo que partirla, si tengo que terminarla por el lado derecho, por el lado izquierdo, de repente peligro en un lado, peligro en el otro, me acomodan ciertos tiros y me baso en eso. Siempre trato de mantener mis trayectorias lo más estándar posible. Sé que durante el día puedo moverla de izquierda a derecha, derecha a izquierda si necesito. Y sí, o sea, creo que siempre trato de entrenar todas las trayectorias cuando estoy en casa y no creo que cambie mucho la preparación esta semana. Si algo, sí me he enfocado un poco más en el putting, en el juego corto, en la velocidad, el control de distancia, que creo que es muy importante en estos torneos, no, tratar de no hacer 3 pots. Gracias.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Almost. Where it's so crowded in here. I just
All good.
I appreciate you. Make it hard, man. Golf's the easy part. 50-50.
Hey, Ryan Gerard is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Ryan, 100 today. How would you describe your opening round?
It was just a kind of an execution test out there that I just stayed patient. I felt like I played really solid. Missed a few putts that probably should have made, but overall felt really solid about the round. It's playing a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to, so pleased with being under par, but a couple things to clean up from off the tee and kind of on the putting green, but for the most part felt good about it.
Perfect, thanks.
Talk a little bit about those birdies on 13 and 14, and when you come out of that, I mean, what kind of momentum are you feeling?
Yeah, I was hitting it really solid. I made a bogey on 8, but realistically it was one of the better swings that I made all day. I just kind of hit 245-yard shot instead of a 240-yard shot on a really difficult hole, and it kind of rolled down in a gully. But I just was trying to stay patient, trying to hit the right golf shots, not kind of let the course dictate, letting the course dictate what I was doing, not letting the emotions dictate what I was doing, and hit a good shot into 13, kind of rolled in a 5.5 footer to kind of get the mojo rolling, and then I watched the whole group in front of me kind of make a mess of 14, so I just, hit a nice one to the center of the green and got like a 40-footer to go as kind of a bonus. So was pleased with that. It was probably the longest putt I made all day by 10x, but we'll take any bonus that they'll give you, and just try to hang on 15, 17, and 18. But great golf swings throughout the day. It kind of just leads to good things happen if you stay patient.
Jim?
What is it about the PGA Championship quickly you've found comfortable, and how big was last year's tournament for you at Quail Hollow?
Yeah, I mean, I think the PGA Championship is a very fair test of golf in terms of it's never really gimmicky. Scores are gettable, but not like egregiously over par for the most part. So I think it's similar to what we see week in, week out on certain PGA Tour venues, and I like it when it gets tough. I feel like it kind of brings out the best in me is when I kind of get to grind it out. So I think that kind of allows me to be in the mindset that I want to going out there to just really get in the dirt and be grimy and make good pars and, try and just stay patient. But last year at Quail, I felt really comfortable around that golf course. I've played it a bunch being from North Carolina, and it was nice to go out early and kind of post a score and just kind of keep that momentum rolling throughout the week.
Perfect. Thanks for your time, Ryan.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Or it's not that busy in here.
Nikolai Hogard is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Nikolai, 100 feet for you today. How would you summarize your opening round?
Yeah, it was good. Felt like I played really solid on the front nine, and I would have loved to been a few under going out on the back. There's a few tricky holes coming in, but managed to shoot under par today, which I'm happy about.
That's great. Juan?
So I understand the front nine, you were hitting the ball really well, struggled to score. The back nine, you were not hitting the ball that well, and there was all kinds of scores. So how did that happen?
Yeah. Back nine requires a little bit more quality, and pace of play was incredibly slow on the back. We were two groups on a couple of tee boxes, and it was hard to get into a rhythm. Where on the front nine we were on the fly, and it just required a little bit more quality. I didn't hit the ball as good as I did on the front, and then we made a couple of bogeys, and I missed the fairway by a couple of feet 3 times today, and it was, made a couple of bogeys out of that. So the rough is thick, and if you keep it in the fairway, you can score out here.
Jim?
Much has been made of the greens, that's the defense of the golf course. Did you put it in any precarious spots on the green where you're like, okay, really bad spot to be?
Not today. I felt like they were quite generous with the pin positions today. I think you can play a lot harder if you really want to, but managed to leave myself in the right spots for most part of the day. So made it fairly simple on the greens today with a lot of uphill putts.
Juan?
Can we do a couple of answers in Danish, please?
Okay.
Okay. So the story of 2 nines, no, that we were saying. I mean, how did it happen, and how did it go today?
Ja, jeg synes, det var en fin start. Jeg synes, jeg spiller godt på de første 9 huller. Jeg slog bolden rigtig fint, mange fairways og gode positioner på greens, men fik ikke rigtig bygget den der score på forni, som vi alle sammen gerne vil, inden man skal ud og spille lidt tricky bounty. Men jeg synes, jeg holdt sammen på det, selvom der kom et par løse fejl. Men banen er stadigvæk svær, selvom jeg troede, scoringen ville være lavere i dag.
And the last thing is the things that you kind of learned today that you couldn't see during the practice rounds, and you'll be able to apply for the rest of the week.
Jeg tror, det er vigtigt, at man er ude af positionen, så tilbage og få den tilbage i positionen, hvor man kommer ind og i. Det er svært. Det er nemt at lave nogle løse bogeys ud af ingenting på den bane her. Men man skal også blive nødt til at spille aggressivt, når man får chancen for det, fordi der kommer til at blive lavet birdies, og banen er også sat op til at lave nogle birdies, men det er bevaret tålmodigheden derude, fordi der er lige et par keyhuller, man gerne vil udnytte.
Thanks for your time.
Trying to be there.
Stephen Jaeger is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Stephen, 3 under today. How would you summarize your opening round?
Yeah, tail of 2 nines. I feel like on the front, I hit some fairways and made some nice putts. You know, the front's a little more scoreable than the back. Shorter, a lot of wedges in, 2 par 5s. So I felt like I took advantage of that and yeah, kind of kept it together in the back. I felt like I hit some nice shots in the back, and it's just playing a little harder. So I'm definitely happy with the round for sure.
That's great. Thank you. Questions? Juan?
So, Stefan, can you talk a little bit about that succession there? I mean, the birdies and how were you feeling at that moment? No?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, right? I started off pretty nice, hitting down the fairway, hit a wedge to, 12, 15 feet and made the putt. And I made a longish putt on the 3rd hole, kind of made a longish putt next hole, and it just kind of fed a little bit. Hit a decent wedge on the next hole, made about a 15-footer, and all of a sudden you look up and you're 4 under through, 7 or 6. And it's one of those golf courses you can get off kind of a hot start there, and I did exactly that, and kind of cruised my way into the round, and had some cushion for sure.
Up to mic 5, please.
Stephen, you were in one of the earliest groups to go off this morning. How did that affect the conditions you played in on that front 9 coming off like the overnight rain?
Yeah, it's kind of hard because you kind of prepare for a certain golf course, and you don't know how much rain the golf course got, how soft it is, so you kind of inch your way first couple holes with some wedges off fairways and see what what the ball is doing on the greens, and but it held up great, honestly. I mean, the golf course is in an unbelievable shape. Even with the rain, the greens have some bounce to them. You don't have to really worry about ripping it back too much, except of a few holes. But yeah, the golf course played unbelievable this morning for sure.
Dave on B.
Yes, sir. You were tied for 4th after the first round in last year's championship. Why do you like PGAs?
I think I got asked that question last year. Yeah, I think, I think the PGA does the best job setting up a hard golf course. They always give you some easy holes. There's always hard holes, depending on where we go. But I felt that way. I played in Oak Hill. Valhalla, obviously, with the rain was pretty easy for a PGA. But I feel like they always kind of set it up fair. And depending on what the golf course looks like, it might be kind of play in my wheelhouse a little bit. This golf course, the fairways are wide. You can kind of take some bunkers out of play with some longer drives. So I like that kind of golf. I'm aggressive that way off the tee. So I feel comfortable here for sure.
What made you cool off after the hot start on the front?
Yeah, I mean, listen,
just golf.
Yeah, the front 9 is, like I said, it's playing a little easier. And then I started missing some fairways on the back, which necessarily, you kind of got to play a little defense there. Even if it's 2 or 3 yards off the fairway, you kind of got to miss on the right side. And you got to take some 30, 40, 50 footers for birdie for sure.
There was a little bit of discussion about some bottlenecks on the golf course. Did you encounter any of that as far as having to wait?
I mean, it's a major. It's decently winded. The golf course is not too easy. I'm not expecting to play under 5 hours, even though I wish we could. I'm a fast player, so. But 9 and 17, there's a little bottleneck. That was not the problem for us. Even 1 and 10, have the same tee box, but they staggered the tee times to the point where we didn't really see that. We were more waiting in front of the group in front of us, so not really between the other tee boxes for sure.
Up to Dan on 4.
When you woke up early this morning, what would you have thought if somebody told you you'd shoot a 67 out there today?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you shoot in 60s at a major, I think you take it. you know, this golf course, you play practice round, no wind, and you're like, oh my God, this is a pretty easy golf course. And then you played yesterday in the wind, you're like, oh my God, I can't break 75 here. So I think that's a sign of a nice, mix of golf holes. And like I said, I would take that for 3 more days and watch everybody play the weekend for sure.
We'll go 2 more questions, one from Alex and then Juan.
Specifically, you mentioned the breeze. I'm curious how it felt for you on 8, specifically the par 3 down the hill, and how you managed the wind during the course of the day.
Yeah, the wind wasn't too bad today. It was like it was Monday, Tuesday, northwesterly, and then yesterday on Wednesday was southwest, which I think we may get on the weekend a little bit. But I wouldn't say it was super in play. 8's a crazy hole. I mean, I had 5 wood on 2 par 3s today, so that one I didn't play well. I kind of hit it out to the right. It's a cool looking hole. It's probably 30 yards too long today. But, it is what it is. I made bogey there, but I think you don't lose too much spots from making a 4 on that hole for sure.
So we need to speak Deutsch. So,
Ein bisschen.
Yeah. So just one question about the round today. When went well for you? And yeah.
Ja, wie gesagt, heute in der Früh, der Golfplatz war sensationell, auch mit dem Regen jetzt über die Nacht. Spin war jetzt nicht so schlimm, nicht so weich. Die Fairways waren immer noch hart. Ich habe gut gespielt, in der ersten 9 ein paar längere Putts auch gemacht, ein paar Birdies gemacht. Und dann die zweiten die sind ein bisschen schwieriger diese Woche. Habe das gut zusammengehalten, ein paar gute Up-and-Downs gemacht. Und ich freue mich richtig auf die Runde.
Thanks for your time, Stephen.
Thanks, guys.
Garrick Higgo is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Garrick, 69 for you today. How would you summarize your play?
I played great. Made a lot of good swings, made some good putts. Did everything that I could do.
That's great. Thanks. We'll take some questions, starting right here on B with Mark.
Garrick, could you just describe what happened? I guess you were on the putting green.
Yeah.
Did you know you were running a little bit late at that moment?
No, I wouldn't have been late if I knew I was running late.
So what's your reaction as you're kind of going up and the guys, ushering you up to the tee and whatnot, saying you were...
Obviously, this is the first time it's happened, so I wasn't sure quite like what. I mean, I was just happy that they allowed me to tee off firstly, you know what I mean? But I was bummed when he said I had a 2-shot penalty.
What is your mindset when you tee off and just try to try to forget that, knowing it's going to be a two-shot penalty? How do you-
I mean, I just said to myself, it's going to be a great opportunity to shoot a low score.
That's great. We'll stay on B with Shane.
So just to be 100% clear, when you walked to the tee, it was a surprise to you when they said two-stroke penalty, you're late?
No.
It wasn't,
No, it wasn't a surprise. I was late. I mean, my caddy was yelling at me to get to the tee, so
Oh, okay. So by the time you got there, you already knew that it was like
I knew it was probably going to happen, yeah.
Yeah. You were with the PGA, it seemed like, for a bit just now. Were you trying to argue your case a little bit, or?
I was just trying to get evidence. I mean, I feel like if any of you would have done the same, because it's kind of, I was there on time, but the rule is if you're 1 second late, you're late. So if you think about it, I was there on time, if you know what I mean. But
I don't quite, no. What is that, when you say that you were there on time but late? What's
like, I was there at 7:18, 30 seconds.
And
you know what I mean?
7:18 was the tee time?
Yeah, or something like that, 7:19, whatever it was, I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay.
Over to Brody on A.
And just like, how does that work? Like, how are you informed that you were penalized? Like, who tells you that?
As I walked down, the announcer who gave me the scorecard said that I had a two-shot penalty.
And then what is your like react? You just go like, okay, I guess I got to get by. Like, what do you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't great. I knew that I firstly had to get a driver and I have to hit a tee shot. So it was okay. I just kind of focused on what I need to do. I mean, I wasn't going to give up and shoot 80. So there was only one thing that I could do, and that was make birdies and pars and hit it where I wanted to hit it.
Bob on B.
Right here. So when you got to the first tee, it wasn't like the other guys in the group were teeing off, right?
No, and they actually argued my case for me. And again, like, I wasn't that late.
Right.
You know, when I got there, I was supposed to tee off last in any case. And Sean, he hadn't announced Sean yet. Obviously, he was dealing with finding me, so he probably would have announced Sean on time. But I asked them if I bothered them for being late, and I apologized for that. But they said it was fine. You know, I obviously don't want to bother anybody, so yeah.
So what would you say, even though this was by mere seconds, it appears, what were you just a little bit too casual, perhaps, or how would you describe the reasoning why you weren't there 10 seconds or 30 seconds sooner?
Yeah, if you know me, then yeah, you know I am very casual and laid back. But I don't know. I don't want to be there 10 minutes early. I know that 5 minutes is fine. I thought I had time. I was obviously too casual. Yeah.
Brendan?
Kind of following up on that, I'm just like, as you look back on your morning, like, are you able to like pinpoint something of like, oh, I did that too long, or like, was anything out of sorts that kind of?
No, if anything, I could have added maybe 5 minutes for the walk from the range to the tee, but everything's kind of here. I did everything on time. Like, I worked out my warm up from seeing my physio at 5:15 to being in the gym at 5:30 to being on the putting green at 6 to then being on the range at 6:30. I left the range at, I don't know when I left it. There's probably video of that. But yeah, I don't know. I just got a little fine.
Michael on B.
Thank you so much. I remember Ernie telling me years ago about the back and forth you and he had when you decided to turn pro. Can you remember some of that?
Yeah, I stayed with him for. Yeah, he was a big part of that. He had a lot of belief in my game and said I was good enough. So I went back and turned pro in South Africa.
And I think I remember Ernie telling me that your thought was like, this American college scene, it's not really my scene. But I'm not sure if I'm remembering that.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't put it that way, but it just, I don't know. It's tough to think about. Like, I haven't thought about that for a while now, but it just wasn't. I enjoy playing golf. I felt like I didn't have enough time to do that there. So if I wanted to get a degree, I'd go somewhere else and just study and get a degree.
If you don't mind, just Ernie as a role model, could you talk about that, please?
Yeah, Ernie's great. I see him at the Bears Club a lot. Obviously, see him. He's doing great on Champions Tour. He's one of our big inspirations. The South Africans paved the way. Him, Gary, Trevor, Retief, Charles, Gracie, Louis. They're all big inspirations for us.
We'll wrap real quick right here with Mark. Just go ahead, Mark.
Hey, Garrick, all of this aside, what did it mean to you to shoot the score you did today? Aside from the two-shot penalty, what did that show you? And, at a major championship, where does that rank for you?
Yeah, it's this week kind of last year I played pretty good at Quail. I think I was tied 7th going into Sunday and shot like 80 or 81. So I know my game is good enough. When I get hot, I'm dangerous. Obviously, I'm trying to do that a bit more often. Yeah, I believe that I can shoot good scores. I believe my putting is good enough. I think every part of my game is good enough to compete out here. Obviously, this is where we want to compete. So
a little bit more mentally to overcome that and go. You'd be basically tied for the lead if it wasn't for the.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of I thought I just told myself that I'm even par, because in the moment as well I wasn't sure if it was going to be 2 shots. So. Just try to frame it differently, so I felt better about it. Essentially, nothing special,
Thanks for your time, Garrick.
Sweet, thank you.
Hi guys.
Okay. Right. Daniel Brown is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Daniel, 200 today. How would you summarize your strong start?
Interesting. I didn't feel great, to be honest, out there. I played really nicely in practice, and then this morning was just battling a bit of a cut, bit too much of a cut. I like seeing it go left to right anyway, but it was just kind of I was overdoing it for certainly the first kind of 14, 15 holes. So yeah, a bit of a weird one, but then managed to hit enough good shots to where I gave myself chances and hold a few nice putts. So.
Perfect questions. We'll start right here with Ben on B.
Hi, Dan. You must be pleased, though, that you can put a round together like that, even if you weren't feeling entirely comfortable, right?
Yeah, I think that comes down to a little bit of sort of like the game plan and giving this course kind of the respect it deserves. I think some of the flags, and if you short side yourself around here, it's no man's land. It's pretty much you're looking at dropping a shot, or you're having to hold a good putt to save par. I had one on 10 where I was like middle of the fairway. I was aiming like 10 yards left of the flag, but hit such a bad shot that still managed to short side myself and felt like if I got it inside 10 feet, it was a great shot. So yeah, there's a few holes like that where you can just get in some sticky positions.
Is playing out here this season good preparation for playing in a major like this?
Yeah, definitely. It's I think if I came out here in America kind of cold turkey without playing too much golf over here, I think you could potentially struggle. It's just so much firmer and faster around the greens than what it is in Europe, really.
So Daniel, this is the first time that you start really well at a major, and the last time you did this, you finished top 10, no?
Yeah.
So is it kind of the same feeling here?
I'm not too sure, really. I kind of I try not to put too much emphasis on the majors. I'm trying week in, week out, I'm trying to give 100% and try and do the best I can. So I think it's just try and treat it as just another tournament and not put too much emphasis on these 4 majors. And going to be playing the Open again this year and hopefully the US Open. So so yeah, I'd like to try and get used to that feeling and try and be as comfortable as possible.
So talking about getting used to that feeling, how different it is to play a major in this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, I was saying to obviously we played a good few PGA Tour events now, and obviously you get great crowds, great kind of venues, but yeah, it always has just a different feel at a major, and I can't quite put my finger on why, but yeah, when I came here for first day of practice on Monday, you kind of turn up and you just like, for whatever reason, it's just got a little extra kind of special feeling around the place.
One more from Jim real quick.
Just what happened on, explain your 11th hole and what your reaction is when you did that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's so uphill you can't see anything, and the green sits at you. Obviously quite steep back to front. So I had 106, and normally that would, I mean, it was downwind. Normally I would have probably been sort of like hitting a little soft 54 in there, but you just can't have any spin on that green. So I went up to a 50 and really kind of like chipped one in and to try and take all the spin off. We were trying to pitch it 10 short of the number, and I think we were thereabouts. And then, yeah, obviously you can't see anything, and you're trying to hit it a little left of the flag because you know it kind of feeds in, and you're just hoping it goes close. But obviously a big bonus, the crowd going wild at the back, and you kind of know it's gone in.
Thanks for your time, Daniel. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sahith Theegala is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Sahith, a 68 for you today. How do you feel about your opening round?
Yeah, very, very pleased with my opening round. It played tough out there. It played a lot tougher than I thought it would. We kind of expected it would be tough with just enough breeze to make it a nuisance, and then obviously it was chilly. I'm usually one of the guys I feel like takes their jacket off pretty early, and I left it on all around. So, but yeah, played really well today. You know, it's awesome to see that the tees weren't moved up too much, and the pins were awesome. I thought perfect major championship pins, and it was a lot of fun, even though it was really hard and can't take anything for granted. But yeah, it was a fun day.
Perfect. Juan?
So what was the toughest part for you? Is it the rough around the fairways? Is it around the greens? And
yeah, I think you hit it on the head. Those are the two toughest aspects. It's the rough, but I really think it's the rough around the greens. You know, in the fairway, it's pretty patchy. You can get some nice lies. And even if you get a bad lie, most of the greens out here, you can kind of run it up. There's a couple lies where you're not going to be able to hit the green or even get close, but I'd say, you know, 75% of the time you can at least advance it to the front of the green. So not too big of an issue there. And the fairways are fairly generous, even though there's a ton of camber on them. But man, the rough around the greens, it's impossible to judge. I practiced so much around the greens the last 3 days. I mean, that was probably the main focus of my practice, and it's still a completely total educated guess because it's not only like long or short, but a lot of these blades, I'm not sure what kind of, I think it's like a bluegrass rye mix right now, and I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a unripened banana. It's like so sticky. I haven't played a lot of Northeast golf, so I don't know if this is the normal grass, but kind of threw me for a loop, and it kind of squirts both ways for me, like left and right too. So not only is it a distance problem, it's a left and right thing with, because you can't see the grain because it always kind of sticks up in the air. So yeah, it's really hard. You'd rather be in a fairway or a greenside bunker. all day. So it's a fun challenge, but it's really tough to get up and down out of the rough.
I was thinking that you might be the only player today that says that the pins were awesome, no?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what makes you enjoy the challenge so much?
Yeah, I grew up in California, so I really have played very little Northeast golf, but just the green contours and the structures and where you can put some of these pins is so cool. Obviously, there's a lot of slope on the greens, and can't really put them next to big slopes. So I think they did a great job today of putting a lot of the pins kind of on these little ridges and little humps, and it's kind of comparable to what they do at St. Andrews. When I played in 22, they put a lot of pins on the knobs to where like it's really flat right where the pin is. I mean, like dead flat, but both sides on the hole kind of go away, kind of Pinehurst-esque. So it was a good challenge. I thought it was fair. You can always miss it to one side of the green where you have a easy putt or an easy up and down if you're not have a bad line in the rough. But yeah, it's a major championship. It's been a while since been healthy for one, so it's nice to get kicked around a lot. And like I said, tomorrow's a new day, and who knows, it might kick me really bad. But yeah, I really enjoyed the pins. It's a different challenge.
Got time for one more. Brendan on A, please.
With your injury history and everything, I would imagine it's hard not to be overly cautious sometimes, or whatever you want to say. You know, when you're playing at a thick rough and stuff like that. Like, does that? Is it enter the equation? Is it hard not to just kind of be overly cautious, whatever?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a thing that I think about, but at least this week I actually haven't really thought about it because I've been healthy, which is awesome. Luckily, I've never hurt myself coming out of this rough or out of any rough, but I did this kind of rough. It feels like you have a chance, so I can see if you go really hard at one and something feels wrong, that's a problem. And obviously last year I had that happen, just I didn't have the strength to get out of the rough. I just wasn't operating at 100%. So I feel like I'm operating at 100%. And for better or for worse, if I feel like I have a shot at it, I'm going to go ahead and hit it. Yeah, I've been, like I said, very lucky before last year with injuries. Didn't have a serious injury at all since college. And golf's sneaky. There's always something kind of off. So to be in a spot right now where everything feels full go is awesome. So I'm going to play that way for sure.
Thanks for your time, Sahith. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Minwoo Lee is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Minwoo, a great start for you today. How would you summarize your opening round?
Yeah, played great. Drove the ball really well, and think every major you have to, but especially this course, the rough is pretty juicy, and you don't want to attack the greens over in the rough just because you can get some flyers or you can get some lies that sit down. So drove it really well, and pretty happy with that side of the game, and thought I played pretty solid, all day. Didn't get myself in too much trouble. There's tough holes out there, of course, but yeah, played really well.
That's great. Thank you very much. Questions? Start right here with Jim.
Few players have mentioned they thought the whole location, the pins were pretty good today. Were you pleasantly surprised?
Yeah, there was a couple pins that were on hills, and they were tough, but I mean, I don't think, I think we have a lot of wedges in our hands, so you have to put them in pretty tough positions, or else it will get, I guess, very scoreable. But I think they did a really good job on putting him in tough positions enough to think about it coming into the greens. And yeah, it's a course where you don't want to leave it in bad positions just because it can bite you in the butt pretty quick. So yeah, I think they did a really good job.
Back to Dave.
Yeah, a couple guys talking about how tough the rough is out there. Where did you find it the most difficult? Would it be around the green, or was it something from off the tee?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I wasn't in the rough too much, so it's quite
Well,
nice.
that's good.
Quite nice to answer that question.
But everybody's in it some.
Yeah, around the greens is very tough. I think you got to get somewhat lucky. You don't want to. It can be unpredictable. The ones that sit down, you give it a little bit more, and then it just jumps. And then the ones that sit up, you think it's going to come out hard, and it comes out soft. So obviously, it comes down to a lot of feel and practice, but you can get some gnarly lies out there, especially around the greens. Again, you just need to miss them in the right spots. I think if you have enough space, you can, roll them up the greens, and it's nice that it doesn't spin too much out of there. It just rolls out. So if you do have room, you can, as long as you have a landing spot, it's just going to go forward. And very tough as well with the approach play. I mean, you don't hit in the right spots, and you got to aim for 30 feet, 40 feet, and try to two-putt and move on. So, but that's what you expect at a major.
Would you be surprised if there were too many guys that got better than 3 under? I mean, it seems pretty tough.
I think someone may shoot a lower than that. I'm not sure what the wind is now. I don't know if it's going to get stronger, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone shoots 4 or 5 under. I think if you're driving the ball and you're a great iron player and you hold some putts, I think you can do it. I feel like I hit it really good, but missed a couple putts that I could have, hold. Obviously we would like to hold all our putts, but I think I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Up to Dan on 4.
Majors are what everybody's striving to win and looking to peak their games at the 4 times in the year. Unfortunately, you've had a kind of string of not making the cuts or whatever, but how does it feel to put yourself in this position after the first round here today?
Yeah, it's great. I think we're all trying to get off to a good start. I think over the last few months, I haven't done that. And I think just a little bit of a mindset change, go out there and be aggressive instead of, that saying of, you can shoot yourself out of a Thursday, but I think I'd nearly taken that too far and played a little bit conservative. So I'm hitting the ball really good, so why not, go at some pins and, make some putts. So it's great to start off well. We're all trying to do that. It's tough, but I think it was kind of the right time to put the foot on the pedal a little bit and hit some shots that needed to be more aggressive than not.
Great. Thanks for your time. We
Thanks,
appreciate
guys.
it.
Cheers.
Max Grieserman is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Max, a solid start for you today. How would you summarize your opening round?
I would say it was a very solid opening round, especially coming off the first hole on the first. The front nine hit a lot of fairways. That's something you want to do around here. Like any major golf course, you kind of got to do everything well. So when you don't miss the fairway, you need to scramble well. But coming out the gate, hit a lot of fairways, a lot of greens. You can attack the golf course out here on the front nine. I would say you can get a lot of wedges in your hand if you're hitting driver. Whereas you start to get to the middle and the back of the course, you don't quite have as many wedges. So if you can attack, I think the first, I would say 6, 7 holes is where you can really score. And then you hang on a little bit. There's birdies everywhere, but it gets really tough.
That's great. Thank you. Take a couple questions. Start right here with Jim on B.
Max, did you get yourself into any real tricky spots on the greens? There's so much undulation.
Yeah, that's something that you keep an eye on for sure. I would say most days on the PGA Tour, if the pin's on the right, you're just aiming a little left of it. If the pin's on the left, you're a little right of it, stuff like that. But around here, you got to pay attention to every part of the green. For example, on 16, the par 5, I hit a poor third shot, and I ended up in an area where I basically couldn't putt it within 10 feet of the hole. So you kind of have to really pay attention on where you leave the ball on and around the greens here. And so it requires a little bit more thinking, I would say.
Up to Alex on 3.
Yeah. Max, from last week to this week, I'm just curious how your prep went here at Aronimink and what got you in this position to post a good opening round.
Prep was good. Played good in the practice round days. Honestly, I didn't play too dissimilar today than how I have in the practice round days. Played well Sunday last week. I haven't been playing well this year so far, but mostly due to the driver, and made a nice driver switch Monday afternoon with Callaway. We had some discussions and I basically changed my shot shape. I went from a fade to a draw off the tee, so I just completely decided to play a different game.
Got it. Is that something that was kind of spur of the moment, or had that been a long time in the making for you?
Just a conversation I had with my coach. I was drawing stock. Obviously we all hit it both ways, but everyone out here has kind of a stock shot. So most of my bag is a draw for the stock shot. So we just why don't we just, if we're struggling with driver, why don't we just hit it the way we hit everything else? So it just required a little bit of tuning with the driver in terms of what setting it needed to be in. And so we got it in a good spot.
Wrap things up with Alex on Mike B.
Yeah, just to confirm a couple things. Who is your coach?
Jeff Smith.
Okay. And so were you hitting the driver with a fade and you turned it into a draw?
Yeah, it's my predominant shot. I would say nowadays with modern technology, most people just kind of hit one shot off the tee for the most part because the spin is so low, whereas other parts of your bag, the spin is higher, so you can kind of work the ball both ways and kind of do what you want with it. So I had been hitting a fade for a while off of the tee, and we decided to switch it up and hit a draw.
There's a theory that you can talk to a fade, but you can't talk to a draw. Did you find that today?
I would say that is true unless you have enough spin with a draw. When the spin starts to get really low, you can't talk to a draw because it'll dive out of the air sideways. So that's why we needed to tune the driver a little bit, right? Because if you don't have enough spin, then it's going to be hard to control a draw. But if you keep the spin up, you can control a draw.
I think talking to you at Players, that was your issue, was your driver. Was that right?
Yeah, it's been kind of the weakness, I would say, most of this year.
So today you felt like you may have accomplished the goal?
Yeah, and it wasn't even today. I feel like, yesterday I drove it well. The day before I drove it well. Sunday last week I drove it well. So it wasn't just I woke up today and I started hitting it good. I put in some good work and tweaks and stuff, and I feel like it's been trending that direction.
So do you sometimes wonder why you didn't do this sooner?
Yeah, definitely. As golfers, we second guess every decision. I probably second guess myself 5 times out there today.
Right, thanks a lot.
Thanks for your time, Max. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Quality over quantity, right, Dave?
I can. You want one? I'll have one.
Ricky Fowler is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Ricky, even par for you today. What are your thoughts in your opening round?
Multiple thoughts. I mean, overall, not a bad start, but it was a bit sloppy for me, especially starting out this morning. It was a bit cold. Body wasn't moving as I would have liked to. I would have preferred it to be a little warmer. But yeah, given the conditions, it was tricky, but did a good job of managing, getting around, and even par is not a bad score.
Perfect. Thanks. Questions for Ricky? Back on B, Dave.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, Dave.
Could you talk a little bit about the times when you were in the rough? And I'm not assuming it's a lot, but if you did find the rough, could you describe the difficulty of it? What did you encounter? Uneven lies, some good, some bad. What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, my front nine going out on the back, I saw the rough too much. My initial plan was to try and play from the fairway a lot. So there was some scrambling, and yeah, I would say it can be spotty at times. There's situations where you're going to get some decent lies and be able to play a fairly normal shot. On the other side, I had, I think, 130 yards front on 11, our second hole, and I couldn't get 9-iron to the green. So I would say you're going to get a variety of lies. Some definitely uneven, ball above, ball below your feet. And there's spots where it's, deep, thick, healthy. It's and there's not really there's no first cut. It's just right to it. There's a little bit of like a 45 mow that gives you a small buffer. It's tough to keep it in that. It pretty much just goes into the rough. Yeah, it's just the rough is thick and juicy. Try and stay out of it. That was the plan, and unfortunately didn't quite accomplish that starting out.
What was your best shot of the day, if you could pinpoint one?
Pretty good one on 8 coming in, my 17th hole. It was 240 something downhill, but into the wind. Hit a little 7-wood in there to about, 15, 18 feet. I didn't make it, but 3 is a really good score on the 8th hole. So, no, I hit a lot of good ones. Just didn't get out of the gate going as quick as I wanted to. Didn't hit as many fairways as I kind of planned on. Luckily had a few good shots to choose from.
Alex?
So would you say you got the most you could get out of your round today?
No, I still had 2 3-putts. So they weren't from close range. They were, decently long putts. But no, it was, like I said, it was kind of sloppy early on. Did make some, a few good pars. So I wouldn't say it was, definitely wasn't the best I could have shot, but it wasn't the worst.
How could you practice hitting out of this kind of rough?
Some of it would be nice to be a little stronger, a little taller, but it can't really make that happen.
Are you yanking my chain, or are you being honest?
No, being taller helps. If you can come at it at a bit more of a steeper angle of attack, so obviously being taller can allow you to do that potentially. The strength helps, but some of them you're not really going to be able to control it anyway. So I'm going to continue to try and do my best job of avoiding the rough. Even if I'm hitting some shorter clubs off tees to play from the fairway, I feel like that's a premium. I know other guys may be looking at a different strategy, but I don't want to be hacking away from that stuff all week.
Is it in some ways chip out rough or no?
Not quite chip out. There might be a couple random circumstances where it may be something like that, depending on, cross bunkers and, what trouble might lie ahead. No, you can still advance it. I feel like um, it's going to be so lie dependent. There's going to be plenty of shots where you'll see you guys be able to knock it on the green from the rough, but also where they're just going to be taking a hack and hoping for the best.
That should do it. Thanks. Oh, we'll go one more with Sean over on A.
When you show up for a major championship round, do you have a number in mind based off of what you've seen in the practice rounds? And I'm curious if 70 felt like it would feel good when you started this morning.
No, I wouldn't say I had necessarily a number. I mean, typically, as long as the golf course doesn't get, overly soft with rain and the conditions are, they're in control of the conditions and setup. Under par is pretty much always good. Very rarely do you see scores at a major, much past, 5, 6 under. So evens never bad. So like I said, it was a little sloppy for me out there today, but it probably could have been worse. But I'm okay with even to start the week.
Adam on B.
Ricky, have you ever missed your tee time at a PGA Tour event?
I have not. I'm going to try and keep that one alive.
All right. Thanks for your time, Ricky. Some takers. Brooks Koepka is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Brooks, 1 under today. What can you tell us about your opening round?
Struck it beautifully. I thought I drove it okay. But the iron play has been really good, striking it exactly how I want to, flighting it the way I want to, and then putting's just everything just the same as it has been.
Great. Got time for a few questions for Brooks. Starting up here on 3, Alex.
Yeah, regarding last week in Myrtle, you seem to echo that positivity. Is that rolling over to Thursday? And how do you feel about your chances here the rest of the week?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. Every round just seems to be the worst I can shoot. Putter's absolutely horrendous. Ball striking's absolutely phenomenal. So that's been the story of the year. And hopefully we can figure out a way to turn this around.
You have a question? Michael?
How would you feel about changing that to 1 shot? I'm sorry. No,
I don't know. I've never been late. So I mean, I do think, I don't know. That's such a tough question. I don't know. It definitely should be a shot, at least maybe 2. I don't know. What is it, 2 now? Yeah. I don't know. Somebody else can make that decision.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
No, you're fine.
Higgo got 2 this today. Higgo got 2 today.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Tom?
Brooks, you talked last week about after you're 64 about just having fun, not related to the score, but just having fun in the game, and the putting aside and that aside. But what has brought that back this year? You just said it's been at least a year since you've had this much fun and excitement. Has it been a gradual thing? Did it all of a sudden hit you being back on the PGA Tour? What has been the reason?
We had a lot of family issues go on last year. It was noted, and that took a toll on me. Definitely took a toll on Jenna. So that was kind of tough to deal with. But yeah, I mean, at home, it's in a much better place. It's easy to come out to work when everything at home lines up, and everything's a lot better. Last year was just difficult personally with what was going on off the golf course. Nothing to do on it. It was just off. So yeah, just being in a better place, and it's exciting. It's a little bit of a fresh start as well. I think that's a big piece of it. And yeah, when all that kind of lines up, it makes it enjoyable to be out here.
Stay over here, Bob.
Brooks, I don't think you were asked this last week. I'm sorry if you were, but given your association with Liv previous to now and the news that just came out 2 weeks ago about the PIF, how much did that catch you off guard even, or by surprise, what's happening over there?
I don't have any involvement with it anymore, so I don't pay any attention to it. I'm kind of in my own little world, and I like to stay there. It's in the past, and I'm on the PGA Tour now, and I'm just focused on how I can figure out how to make this putter work.
Alex?
Have you had these kind of issues in the past with the putter, and how have you addressed them? And B, are you feeling more comfortable with the changes of equipment, if you changed equipment at all in the ball, with the changeover from Liebman to Srixon?
Everything feels fine. I like the way I'm striking it. I like the way the flight, the spin, everything's been the same way for the past couple months. But yeah, putter change, I feel comfortable with the putter. A little bit of speed, a little bit of confidence, and that kind of sums it up. It's just been miss after miss, and it's tough to kind of build any confidence when you're not putting well.
All right, thanks for your time, Brooks. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Question? I'll start with you. No? All right. Rory McIlroy is with us at the 108th PGA Championship. Rory, how would you describe your opening round?
Shit.
All right, thank you. We'll open it up for questions. Back here, Dave.
Could you elaborate what parts about it? Everything? Some things?
Oh, I started missing fairways. I missed fairway right on 4, fairway right on 6, fairway right on 7, fairway right on 9. And then, yeah, from there it's, it's hard. I didn't have great angles either. And then obviously you start missing it just off the edges of these greens. It gets tricky. So, yeah, I felt like I did okay. Made that birdie on 5 to get back to even par after the soft bogey on 4, and then, yeah, I just got on that bogey train at the end.
That is disappointing. Golf is always going to be a game of adjustments throughout a round. Does that make it even more frustrating when you can't quite?
Yeah, I'm just not driving the ball well enough. I mean, it's been a problem all year for the most part. Yeah, I've sort of got like I miss it right, and then I want to try to correct it, and then I'll overdo it and I'll miss it left, and it's a little bit of back and forth that way. So that's pretty frustrating, especially when I pride myself on driving the ball well. So yeah, I just need to try to figure it out. I honestly thought I'd figured it out coming in here. I hit it well on Sunday at Quill Hollow, and then hit it good at home Monday, and even obviously I had to curtail the practice round Tuesday, but hit it decent yesterday. So, but yeah, I just sort of, once I get under the gun, it just seems like I just, it starts to go a little bit wayward on me.
Adam?
Thanks for chatting with us, Rory. How would you compare your frustration right now to how you felt last year after the first round?
I can't really remember. I was frustrated because, my driver failed the test, and I sort of had to get into a backup pretty quickly, and that sort of threw me for a loop a little bit. But I'd say, similar sense of frustration. Just, I'm just, not driving the ball well enough to give myself enough scoring opportunities.
Did the toe bother you at all?
No.
Ryan?
Rory, is there more of a penalty for missing the fairways than maybe we'd been led to believe in sort of the run-up to the championship, where guys were just talking, including yourself, about just whale it down there and find it?
It's hit and miss. I think if you miss it on the right side, going into if pins on the left, you miss it right, it's fine. But yeah, I got a couple of lies today that were particularly bad. The one on the 10th hole, starting off, that's as bad as I've seen. But yeah, there is a penalty certainly is a penalty for missing the fairway. Probably more than what I anticipated after being here, whatever it is, 2 Fridays ago.
One more, Bob.
Rory, how is just the course in general playing? I mean, I think we had one guy get to 4 under briefly today, and nobody's gotten beyond 3, and yet there's a few scores under par. I mean, is it kind of the way you would have thought, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the wind. I wasn't expecting it to be as windy today as it was, and I think it's the breezy conditions that are sort of making the scoring what it is. It's hard to get the ball close. Some of the pins are tucked away. You've got, you say you have a pin tucked over on the left side of the green and the wind's coming off the left. It's hard to get it over there. So probably just seeing a lot of guys hit it to 20 and 30 feet and that are good shots. It's just hard to make a lot of those putts.
Thanks for your time, Rory.
Thank you.
Xander Schauffele is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. We'll go ahead and jump right into questions for Xander. We'll start right here with Gary.
Did the overnight rain significantly change the course at all compared to your expectations yesterday?
I don't think significantly. I think it definitely assisted. You know, I think just playing in the morning, a little more overcast, slightly softer fairways and slightly softer greens, maybe a little bit slower. You feel like you can be a little bit more aggressive, but I mean, even on cover, I mean, guys are hitting 320-yard drives on the 11th hole, and you know, wedges are skipping 5 to 8 yards. So it was, you know, it had its tricky spots depending on how aggressive you wanted to be.
Dave?
Xander, talk a little bit about the fast start, because, I mean, you really got out of the gates well. Just
yeah, it's,
amazing.
you know, it's always nervy playing in a major, so nice to get off to a good start for sure. I mean, I made 3 birdies in the first 4 holes, and you know, was feeling pretty good, and then started to play, you know, worse golf for the next 6 holes, and then got a little bit better again. So, you know, I got the full experience today.
Do you feel like when you have that kind of a start, you know it's going to be hard, it's going to get hard somewhere, that you are playing with a little bit of a buffer? You've gotten yourself under par significantly early.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of crosswind holes. If you hit a good drive, you have a scoring club in your hand, and then it's up to you and your caddy how aggressive you really want to be. So, you know, I think, like you said, if you are a few under par and you are in between clubs and the pin is tucked on a cliff, maybe, you know, hitting it to 25 feet isn't the worst shot in that particular moment. So, yeah, it's Thursday, you know, and you're just trying to get in a decent position and kind of feel out how you're playing.
Paul?
There's a lot of discussion, at least in here, about how difficult or easy the setup might be this week. Only leads at 3 under right now. Is it playing how you expected it to play compared to what you had the last couple days?
Yeah, I mean, the fairways are generous in width, but the firmer they get, the more they're going to roll off into areas. So, you know, a 35 or 40-yard wide fairway is going to start to feel like a 10-yard wide fairway. And there is no first cut either. You know, your ball's rolling into something that's on the muffier side of things. So, you know, I think really, really thick rough, wind and really difficult greens and tucked pin locations is why you're seeing, you know, what you may feel like are higher scores.
You have been a historically great putter over your career. This year maybe a little bit down from where that's been. Looked like, at least statistically, you had a good day. What's been kind of the key to that club, particularly today?
Yeah, just, you know, it was nice. Had my putting coach, Derek, out here for the first 3 days. And, yeah, just tried to get some start lines and some reads back on track. I mean, when you're playing putts, you know, 6-foot to 10-foot putts that are breaking anywhere from 1 cup to 3 feet, you know, there's a lot of windows and speeds you can hit them, and you just got to get confident and comfortable.
Sean?
When guys zip wedges off a green or like on 11 bounce through, I think there's a very common phrase among people like me, like, oh, control your spin. How hard is it to control your spin maybe out here?
You know, 11's a really tough one. There's a fear of spinning it off the green just because we're just short of that whole, like, I don't know, 14 feet just short of that pin is you know, a slope that's about, I don't know, 60 degrees. So anything that hits it's going to roll off the green. And then you have about 80 yards on your third, or 60 yards or whatever it ends up. But it's hard. You know, it was windy. You know, guys were hitting 300, like I said, you know, they're hitting 320-yard drives on 11 from what I saw in a short window of coverage. And that means you're going to have, you know, anywhere between 80 to 100 yards to a back pin, and you're trying to land it in a tiny window. So it's not so much a spin thing as it is, you know, controlling your number and flight.
Gary?
If ESPN's going to pick out one shot of yours today, which one would you guess what it would be? And if it's different, what would you pick as your best shot of the day?
You got me here. I have no idea.
Did you have any good shots
Yeah, I did. I had some good shots. I was actually pretty happy with my putt. I mean, ESPN would never show this, but internally, I hit it over the green on 8, and I was leaking some oil, and I was able to lag that to 2 feet, up and over and around and down, with a crosswind. So, in my mind, that was a really big moment for me.
Thanks for your time, Xander. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jon Rahm is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. We're going to go ahead and jump right into questions. Juan, right here. B.
Okay, John, can you talk a little bit about the second hole, that eagle?
I mean, what can I say? It was a phenomenal shot, really good wedge shot. I came off that first green kicking myself because it was a wrong choice of shot for such a good drive. 105 yards away downwind. It was the wrong shot choice. And go to the next hole and I have a very similar number. At least I have to play it the same number into the wind and go obviously a lot more committed with the right decision and hit a great shot. Obviously the luck of seeing it go in, right? It was funny. I was like, I think we were on 16 or 17 when somebody holed out on 11, and I kind of thought, man, how often you see hole outs on majors on TV, and how rarely I've ever seen one in person. And then about an hour later, I get to do it myself, right? So that's just one of the funny moments in golf.
Ben?
John, can you describe the biggest difficulty out there? I think a few people coming into this thought the scores would be a lot lower this morning, but obviously 3 unders leading, so people
They thought it would be lower?
Some people thought the scoring would be lower this morning.
You've been out there?
What is the biggest difficulty out there?
You've seen the golf course?
Yeah.
You know what, I can understand, because if you just go by the numbers, some of the fairways are wide, the greens are in crazy firm, but a lot of those fairways are sloped in a way that they play very narrow. Like 15 today, I thought I was going to be in the fairway undoubtedly, and I was off the fairway. Same on Tame, same on 4. It can easily roll off. Then the rough doesn't look as long as many other majors, but it's such a thick blade of grass that even when the lie looks okay, it catches you so bad. So I can see how in appearance it might be easier, but it's not. You need to play really good golf to shoot lower than 300. And then on top of that, those pin locations today were good ones. I mean, they're tucked. They're not easy. There was somebody earlier on the week where there was some chatter where people thought 15 to 20 under was going to win. And I think that got to somebody at the PGA, and they did something about it, because if the golf course stays like this and keeps firming up, it's not going to be anywhere near that.
Could I just ask you, I saw you apologising to a fan on the 7th hole. What happened there?
Thanks for reminding me of that. I mean, I got a flyer on my second shot that went long. It's not a good spot, and just out of frustration, I tried to make an air swing just over the grass, and I wasn't looking, took a divot, and unfortunately I hit a volunteer. It hit him, and unfortunately hit him in the shoulder and then the face, which I couldn't feel any worse. That's why I was there apologizing. I need to somehow track him down to give him a present, because that's unexcusable, and for something that could be completely avoidable. Whether it's my intention or not, it was just not good.
Alan?
John, Rory talks a lot about his place in history. Scottie never mentions it. I'm wondering where you fall in that continuum. Do you think about it? Is it important to you?
My place in history?
Yes.
I think I need to accomplish a lot more to even think about it. It makes sense why Rory would think. Second in the all-time list of majors in Europe. First one ever to do the Grand Slam. Makes sense why he would think about it, right? I would put him as the greatest European to ever play already. And when it comes to the grand scheme of things, he's up there. And I can see why he thinks about it, because and take this within the context, he's not too far away from being an undoubtedly top 10 player of all time, right? So, which I'm sure a lot of people would already put him there. And he still has many, many years to play, thinking that Jack won when he was 46 and Phil winning in his 50s, right? So he's got at least 10 to 15 years, and that's how good a shape he's in to accomplish a lot. Scottie, kudos to him. I mean, to accomplish as much as he does and never really change who he is and what he thinks of himself is impressive. And I think I would credit that to a lot of his success as well, right? He's a very down-to-earth person and a fantastic golfer, obviously.
But what about for you? What are you chasing?
Oh, me? Sorry, I misunderstood the question. The best way I can say it is I hope I can put myself in a situation where I can dream of thinking about where my career is at all time. Do I think about it actively? No, not really. I think there's a lot of people with my resume I need to do a lot more to give myself the luxury to think where I may be at in the history of the game.
Thanks for your time, John. Ryo Hisatsune is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Ryo, a 67 for you today. Tell us about your great start.
Oh yeah, I mean, very lucky, especially like a lot of body and a lot of bounce back. So it's feeling like it's comfortable to playing the golf today. So I'm so happy.
That's great. Questions? Juan?
So Ryo, can you talk a little bit about your birdies here? I mean, 7 birdies today.
Yeah.
Which is very impressive. What would be your best birdies today?
I mean, it's a 15, it's quite a long hole, but it's driver almost 350, something like that. Then I hit an 8 iron, then it's a 15 feet, so it's really nice bounce back there. Then 16, also it's nice. It's those one is best hole, I think.
I mean, I don't know how many times you started a major like this, but how good does it feel to be in the position you are?
To be honest, my third major is a third PGA, so quite a bit it's a that major playing little much not comfortable, but just more know the goal, know the it's a tournament, so playing, so keeping well, so today I'm very lucky, then just happy. So,
Sean?
Yeah, last year's PGA, you started out really, really well, faded a little bit. Did you learn anything that week about what can be different about majors versus maybe just PGA Tour events?
Oh yeah, it's also much help in this year, especially a lot of signature event playing as well. So a lot of bigger event. Then, especially last year, and it's really nice experience as well. And then, yeah, it's a really nice start in a little wet, a little soft condition today. So it's little help for me. Yeah.
Any other questions for Ryo? All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Ryo.
All right. Thank you.
There's no one even here. Who's going to interview me?
Me and Juan.
Anybody? Everyone and everyone. Let's go.
Michael Block is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Michael, even par for you today. What can you tell us about your opening round?
Yeah, great round. Paired with DJ and Rasmus, two absolute bombers. The big thing at the beginning of the day was I told Ethan, my son, who's caddying for me, I said, do not try to hang with him. We're just going to play our own game. Bunt it down the fairway. Main thing was get in the fairway, put it in a spot on the green or even off the green that would give us an opportunity to still make a par, and be very just kind of dissect Aronimink, to be honest, which was what we did today. And so I dissected it to a 70, what I showed, 70 today? Yeah, it's kind of cool. So, yeah, I had a great time. And everyone out there in Philly was very supportive. A lot of great people. Everyone in my group was great. Ethan, my caddy, and my son killed it. And we're very happy with the end result.
Perfect. Juan?
So I remember Oak Hill, you didn't have much time to prepare or practice for that, and things went the way it went, no? So I wonder about the preparation for this week after coming from Bandon Dunes, no?
Yeah, so Bandon, I had 30-mile-an-hour winds at Bandon the last two rounds, so this was nothing, to be honest. I came out here, which I've learned. I come out here on Sunday, play the back nine, so I know that no one's going to be on the front nine the next day. I've learned a couple of ways to do the practice rounds. So I do 9 holes every day, starting on Sunday, so I get to see the course twice. And here I am after, seeing the golf course. I really don't know it, to be honest, that well. I'm still relying on my caddy and the yardage book to really tell me what's going on, because at age 50, to be honest, back in the day, I'd walk on a green and kind of like it'd be imprinted in my head, and now I don't remember anything. So it's kind of funny.
Jim?
Michael, it's got to always be good to bounce back. Come back from 12, you birdie 13, you bogey 4, I guess, and birdie 5. The bounce back has got to be key.
Yeah, and when I look at, hey, Jim, so when I look at that, it's more of anything that, so when I made that double bogey, I didn't hit a bad shot in my head. I never hit a bad shot. And so even on my bogeys today, I never hit a bad shot. They just didn't end up with our calculations to be in the correct spot. And it is what it is after that. And so I can live with that. We executed the plan that we had at the beginning of the day. I sat up in the morning from 6 a.m. and I marked all the yardages in the book and everything else and said, here's where we need to be on our second shot or a shot into the green, right? This is such a second shot golf course. It's insane. Probably the most second shot golf course I've ever played in my entire life, and I'm old. And so I learned that, and I felt that, and I felt like my son and I we kept to it the whole day. Even though I made a double or a bogey here or there, I never lost confidence, and that's the big thing, I think, in golf. The average guy playing golf or the golf pro or whoever it might be, you can't lose confidence over a bad shot, and that's a really, really important key that I try to teach not only myself but my students as well.
Up to Gerard on 4.
What I heard you say earlier that you're playing with nothing to lose. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I have 0 to lose. I'm about to be 50. I can see my wife and my kid up on the hill there right now, and my boss. They support me 100%. There's 0 losing this week. They don't expect me to play well. Like, they hope I play well, and they know I could play well, but I could get last place, and I'm still going to be loved and have a great job and everything else, so it's perfectly fine with me, and that really gives you a lot of confidence, to be honest. If I didn't have that, it'd be really tough to pull the trigger and hit a good shot off a tight lie from 165, having to cut a 7-iron into a tuck right pin, where if you miss it within 8 feet, you're going to make a double bogey, which is going to happen a lot out here. So I don't have that in my head, and I find that what I have in my life between my family and my job and the golf course I'm at, it allows me a huge advantage. Like, I feel like I've got shots. Like, I feel like I'm coming in here as a 2 handicapper and I get a couple shots on the rest of the field.
And what have you learned about yourself since 2023? And do these PGA Championships feel different for you since that point?
I was in the bathroom on hole 12 or 13 today, and there was no mirror, so I wasn't looking at myself, but I said, "You got this." I go, "You're actually pretty good, buddy." And I just kept going. I'm like, I'm with DJ, one of my idols, a guy who looked up to my whole life, and Rasmus, who I know is an unbelievable player, is like 63 in the world, and they both hit it 50 yards behind me on every single shot, and I'm just going, "You got this, bud. You got it." It's cool. It's really cool. It's kind of fun, to be honest. I'm proud of myself for just grinding it through and having fun with the boys.
Over to 3.
Similar question, but from maybe a golf perspective, is there anything you can take from 3 years ago to Oak Hill that's helping you right now this week? I think you mentioned the preparation and how you sort of prepared for this week, the things you've picked up over the years.
I know I can do it. It's very reminiscent of Oak Hill, to be honest. I just shot even par again. Same thing I did at Oak Hill in 2023, the first round. And I feel like I could do it again tomorrow. I'm at 6:45 out, number one, first group out. Green's going to be perfect. It's going to be so much more quiet. The wind's going to be down a little bit. I feel like I could get out there and, shoot another even par, something like that, and put myself in halfway contention going into the weekend, which is, to be honest, going to be unbelievable because I see that the weather is going to be in the mid-80s. The greens are going to get baked out. It's going to be hot, though, which for my body, I love heat, and it'd be a lot of fun. I would love baked out greens and some heat and to be able to play this weekend. So obviously my biggest goal going into tomorrow is play my game, don't be an idiot, play smart, and leave myself under the hole and get up and down and make a couple putts and don't get frustrated when you miss the putt because it's going to happen, and go have fun.
And how about these fans in the Northeast, just like Rochester 3 years ago? You're pretty experienced now knowing that they're behind your back.
100%. East Coast, I'll tell you what, I already told everybody I'm going to end up moving out here to the east side. I'm telling you. It's amazing the support I've always gotten, obviously from New York and now here. The cheers that I was getting all day long from the fans here in Philly were amazing. I'm very lucky. I feel like a lot of people have jumped on the blocky bandwagon. The block party is good, and yeah, it's fun. I have so much fun with everybody, and it's tough not to, and I feel very lucky and very fortunate to be sitting here right now with you guys.
Thanks for your time, Blocky. We appreciate it.
Cheers. Thank you.
Zoom test. Static Zoom test. Oh, let me monitor the Zoom. Hold on. Test. 1, 2. The Zoom back to me is clean. Test. 1, 2. 2. Zoom test. 1, 2. Hey, Jim, can you do me a favor? Can you go up on the player mic and talk?
I was in the bathroom on 14th.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Martin Kaymer is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Martin, 3 under for you today. What can you tell us about your opening round?
Yeah, I played really well. Didn't make many mistakes. Stayed out of trouble. Avoided those 5, 6, 7 footers for par. It can be quite stressful. It can be quite an intimidating golf course, especially with that wind, cold wind we had today. So the goal was to hit fairways and greens and try to hit a lot of good of those lag putts, and I did well of that. Again, I avoided the big numbers. I made one poor tee shot, and the rest of it was very, very consistent.
Great, thank you. Questions? Juan on A.
So a couple of things. Can you talk about 9? And I mean, I understand you hit a driver off the deck.
Yeah, I hit a lovely drive onto the middle of the fairway, and then I think I had 300 yards to the flag uphill. And I said to my caddy, "Do you think 3-wood can get to the front of the green?" And he said, "There's no chance." So, and I practiced a lot driver from the fairway. It was a lovely lie on the fairway. The grass grows with you, so you know you're not going to hit it fat. That's usually the mistake that you do. And I practiced it a lot, and there's no reason, if you can do it in practice, why shouldn't you be able to do it in the tournament? So, and it was a nice one.
And the other thing, it looks like it's been 25 years since there was 2 Germans in the top 5 in the first day of a major, no? So
Who was that? Bernhard?
that was 2001 at the Open with Berner and
Alex Jaker.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we have one more going. I think Matti Schmidt is also playing well. So we'll see how he goes.
Okay. What does it mean for you? I mean, that this is going so well.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan Jäger is not really German anymore, right? I mean, he lives in America for a long time. He has a German passport, and he obviously speaks perfect German, but he's more American than German now.
Mike on B.
Martin, how would you assess this season coming into this week? Did you feel like, you were going to come here and get off to such a good start?
I've been playing well the last 2-3 events out on LIV. But I didn't have good results, but I was playing well. And I knew I find more consistency, and I really enjoy playing this golf course. Monday, Tuesday, I had so much fun on the golf course. I think it really suits my eye. It's a very fair test, great for the PGA Championship. But I tell you a funny story. On Tuesday evening, we had the Champions Dinner, and there was a gentleman sitting next to me from the PGA of America, and he asked me if I still play. And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, are you playing this week?" I said, "Yeah, that's why I'm here, and I'm not flying from Europe to here to have a New York trip with you guys. Of course I'm playing," and that really motivated me. So it was a good start to the week. Again, I really enjoy Aronimink Golf Course. It's fun to play, and I look forward to hopefully have another 3 good days.
And you spoke before the season that your health was finally coming around, that you were feeling a little bit healthier. Do you feel like this is as healthy as you've been going into a major in quite some time?
For 5 years, yeah. I've been struggling since 2021. And obviously I had a couple of surgeries then, and other issues came with it the years after. And there's, was quite disappointing for me that, playing out there on the LIV Golf League, I could never really perform because I could never really practice because I was always hurt. I needed to, obviously we all need to play the tournaments, and I didn't really have enough time and enough rest in between events to have a fully rest. So I always came into tournaments, never prepared. The other guys were ready to play, they were playing great. And to be honest, it really pissed me off, So fortunately, the last 4 or 5 weeks, I had great treatments. I have no pain anymore. Everything is going in the right direction. I can practice. It's fun. I have a great passion for the game, and playing those tough golf courses and doing well, executing the golf shots the right way, that is really fun.
And 2024 is the last year for your U.S. Open exemption. So this is the only major that you still have an exemption for. How much do you cherish these opportunities to still compete in the majors?
Yeah, I mean, for several reasons. I really like to see some of the guys that I played Ryder Cups with, that I played many tournaments on the European Tour with. That is nice to see them. But also, competing against the best guys in the world, you do that in majors. That is the ultimate. And winning the PGA in 2010 and the US Open, that is the ultimate feeling. No tournament, it doesn't matter on what tour you play, can keep up with that. So to having the opportunity every year now for the few more years, that is great. And I'm very honored, that I can do that and compete against the guys.
Thank you.
Juan?
Martin, can we do a couple in German, please? You are really German, more than Stefan.
More than Stefan, but yeah.
Stefan, but that's it, yeah. So can you talk a little bit about your round today and like the 9th hole and the moments like that today? No?
Ja, ich habe heute sehr gut gespielt. Ich habe wenig Fehler gemacht. Die Fehler vermieden, gerade auf den Grüns auch. Ich habe mir wenig Putts gegeben innerhalb von 1,5-2 Meter. Diese paar Putts, die echt ein bisschen stressig sein können. Und dann natürlich ein super Finish. Ich brauchte wirklich alles am letzten Loch, um mit dem zweiten Schlag hinzukommen. Ich habe das immer sehr viel trainiert, auch als junger Spieler einen Driver vom Fairway zu schlagen. Und ich habe zu meinem Caddy gesagt, was ich im Training kann, muss ich eigentlich im Turnier auch können. Und gibt keinen Grund, warum es nicht funktionieren sollte. Und hat ganz gut geklappt dann am letzten Loch.
You were talking a little bit about that process, the last 5 years of dealing with pain, of dealing with injuries. How liberating or how good it feels to be able to play like this. So.
Ja, die Resultate sind natürlich eine Sache, aber der Prozess, der macht einfach unheimlich Spaß. Ich kann sehr viel trainieren wieder. Ich kann die Zeit in mein Training investieren, die ich brauche, um gutes Golf zu spielen. Die letzten paar Wochen habe ich gut gespielt, aber die Resultate waren noch nicht da. Und heute war ein so ein Tag, da hat viel gut funktioniert. Die Konstanz war da, Selbstvertrauen war da. Und ich freue mich jetzt einfach auf die nächsten 3 Tage. Hoffentlich kann ich ähnlich gut spielen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Martin. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow. just came out of nowhere. Corey Connors is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Corey, 2 under for you today. What'd you do well out there?
Yeah, I felt like I hit the ball really well. There's a number of demanding shots that everybody faces out there, and was able to execute some pretty good ones. At important times to kind of keep the momentum going and keep the stress level at a minimum.
Perfect. Questions right here with Juan.
So I was wondering the most challenging part, the rough on the fairways, the rough around the greens, or the three?
Yeah, kind of a mix. Certainly missing fairways is penalizing, but they had some really tricky pin locations that you had to be careful with. I thought the setup, was very challenging. A couple of the par threes stretched, way back on 8 and 17. You really had to hit quality golf shots on those holes to give yourself, a chance at par, really. But yeah, I think the important thing is getting in the fairway to start with, and then trying to get it on the right side of the hole around the greens.
Jim?
You face this all the time, but do you enjoy the fact that you played well on a Thursday afternoon, and you're going to be back here, 12 hours going again? Is that good?
Yeah, I feel like I'm excited to get going again in the morning. Build had some good momentum going today. Try and keep that going into Friday. Still lots of golf to be played, but I like how I played today, and can take the same feeling into tomorrow.
Dave?
Yeah, one bogey on your card today. I'm sure you're pretty happy to have that kind of a round.
Yeah, definitely. I think, the way the course was playing and the wind was up quite a bit, bogeys could happen really easily. And, I was fortunate to hit the ball quite well and keep myself out of trouble for the most part. I had a few reasonable lies when I did hit it in the rough and was able to advance the ball up or around the greens. But a lot of good ball striking today kept me in position to, try and make birdies, if not pars.
There is one bogey-free round out this afternoon. How impressive is that?
Yeah, really impressive. I was pretty close, I guess, just one bogey on 15. But it's really solid playing. You have to really do everything well to not make bogeys around here.
All right. Thanks for your time, Corey. We appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Shane Lowry's with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Shane, 2 under for you today. What'd you do well out there?
I think I just managed my way around the course. It got tricky. You know, everyone was kind of intrigued to see what the course was going to be like and what it was going to play like. And as you see, it's playing quite difficult. And there's no low scores. You know, 3 under is the best score at the minute. And, you know, I felt like you just, when you get out of position, you need to try and get back in position. And, you know, you need to take your chances when you got them. And I felt like I did a good job of that today.
Perfect. Thanks. Philip?
Shane, you prepared well this week. You knew what was facing you going into today. The demands on patience in what is a long round, how did you deal with that? And
yeah, I was a little bit nervy at the start, to be honest. I was like, I struggled. I felt uncomfortable out there for a while, and if anything, that kind of focuses me more. And I you know, you're really just worried about, you know, not worried, but one shot at a time, and you're really just kind of focusing on the next shot at hand. And I felt like I did a good job of just staying patient, trying to make birdies when I hit good shots, and if I hit bad shots, just not getting too flustered and just kind of managing my way around the course nicely.
Good to finish with that birdie in the
Yeah.
last. What were you hitting in there? And
I hit 7 iron in, obviously a little bit further right than I would have liked in the air. I don't know where I pitched. There was a pitch mark beside the hole. I don't know if I pitched beside the hole or not, but yeah, I was pretty happy with that one. That'll make dinner taste nice.
Brian?
Yeah, Shane, the fairways look wide, but obviously some players are saying they're playing a hell of a lot narrower than that because of the slopes on them and the firmness of them. How are you dealing with that?
Yeah, they're, you know, the wind direction as well is making them play kind of really narrow. You know, I hit a couple of decent tee shots pitching on the fairway, then just kind of run into the rough. And when it runs into the first cut, you generally get a average enough lie. So, yeah, you just have to try and hit the best shot you can, pick your targets, and take it on the chin wherever it lands.
We know you're a bit of a hole-in-one specialist these days, but the par threes here are no
Take
joke.
pars out here.
You
Yeah.
played them. You played them. You know, I know you dropped a couple of shots in a couple of the par threes, but you played them.
Yeah,
Pretty
you know,
well.
you're standing on the 8th tee, and it was, at the time, the wind was like, who knows how far I was playing, but it was just a 7-wood, and it was just kind of hit it, and hopefully it gets around the green, because you didn't want to miss it left. Long left was pretty much dead. I hit it in a good spot, hit an average bunker shot, and, you know, missed a putt, but and then you know, I just pulled my tee shot into 14, and then 17 I had a lovely 7-wood in there. But yeah, the par threes are incredibly difficult and long around here, so yeah.
If you were to sum up what you did so well today, how would you sum it up?
I just think I managed myself around the course very well today. You know, I like I said, I didn't feel comfortable out there at all, but maybe that, I don't know, maybe that helped me.
Great. All right, Shane, thanks for your time. Patrick Reed is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. We'll go ahead and jump right into questions, starting right here on Mike B with Josh.
Hey, Patrick. Can you just explain what the last month has been like for you since you haven't really played? Has that kind of been a strange feeling for you prepping for a major without tournament play?
It's definitely weird. Yeah, this year, obviously a unique situation. And, you know, with taking that time off since Augusta, it's been just a lot of grinding and preparing. And, you know, really was kind of one of those that, you know, you finally felt like you could actually properly prepare. Even though I wasn't playing tournament golf, I was kind of doing a lot of things and studying not only my golf game, but also, you know, around the golf course, kind of what is it that we're going to deal with when we come up here. And, you know, I feel like that was something that I'm usually coming into majors a little, you know, tired, even though I would say I'm, you know, tournament ready because I've played a lot of tournament golf, but you don't really actually get to prepare. And so this trip, I was actually able to kind of prepare for this one. And, you know, when I wasn't playing golf, I was able to kind of get away from the game, spend time with family and the kiddos, and just kind of mentally reset and get myself mentally and physically sharp coming in.
And then you talked about the unique situation. We haven't got your kind of reaction to the live news with the PIF pulling funding. Are you surprised? How'd you take that news when you learned of it?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I had no idea that was going to come about. You know, for me, really, it's just kind of, you know, hope the guys, you know, continue playing some solid golf and get their opportunities, and, you know, for whatever the future, you know, whatever their future is, kind of, you know, whether it's on DP Tour, try and get back to PGA Tour, or wherever they're playing, hopefully they continue playing some solid golf and, you know, go out there and really just do what they do.
Dave?
Yeah, Patrick, where do you play most of your golf at home?
Carlton Woods.
Carlton. It takes a certain mentality to play a course like this and not make a bogey. Can you talk about that mindset a little bit? Because, I mean, you got to grind.
Yeah, it's definitely a grind. It definitely helped out on the back nine, which I would say is the harder of the two, going out there. And I think my only fairway I missed on that back nine was the first hole of the day, number 10. Landed in the fairway, just kind of barely rolled in that left rough, but had a good lie. And from there on, I proceeded to hit every single green until I got to the fourth hole. And so, I mean, playing that back nine and just hitting quality iron shot after quality iron shot and putting yourself on the putting surface, it made it a little easier to kind of go around there bogey-free. And, you know, the two opportunities I had where I kind of got myself in a little bit of trouble, I mean, I hit a great wedge shot from 53 yards to 3 inches, and the other one I was just on the fringe putting. I was able to kind of lag putt it up there, you know, and two putt. But, no, I mean, as a competitor, as a player, you're frustrated when you hit that many greens. You only make 2 birdies. But at the same time, when you're playing a major championship, especially a golf course like this, going out there the first day and playing bogey-free just kind of gives you confidence going into the week.
What hole did you hit the 3 inches?
That would have been hole 4. I drove it in that left bunker, and I couldn't get to the green, so I had to lay up to 53 yards and hit a great wedge shot in there. I thought it was going to go in, but hey, I mean, you almost feel like you steal one, kind of, you know, getting yourself out of position and hitting a wedge shot close like that.
Wrapping up with Bob.
Did you consider playing an event since the Masters? I mean, I guess you maybe could have gone to Turkey a couple weeks ago. Was that even a thought, or?
When we were looking at the schedule, it seemed like it was going to be kind of set up the way it is right now, where I wasn't going to play in between here and also wasn't going to play until the U.S. Open. And so I kind of have these breaks because once the U.S. Open gets here, it's going to be hot and heavy. I felt like a lot of the events I'll be going overseas and playing a lot of those tournaments, and you know, it's kind of one of those I didn't want to play too many early on and kind of wear myself out for the whole majors.
Can you recall in your career, have you ever not played between majors? I mean, obviously, you know, you play before the Masters every year, then this stretch. I mean, would it have ever happened?
COVID would have been the only time.
Yeah.
I mean, during season, I don't take breaks that long. You know me, I'm a competitor. I love to grind, love to be in there playing with the guys. But, yeah, this year is a little different. And, you know, honestly, I enjoyed my time at home. I enjoyed actually getting to grind and prepare and work on things and get ready for this week. And, you know, hopefully I can continue the solid play and get myself up there and have a chance late Sunday. And, you know, who knows, it might be a new thing.
Did you come here early?
I came last week for 3 days.
3 days?
Yep.
and then went home and came back?
Yeah, went
What-
home, came back, and
What did
I
you
mean-
learn in those days, if anything, that might have helped you?
yeah, that the wind blows really hard here. I mean, the 3 days I was here, I felt like we had 3 different seasons. The first day, I mean, it was maybe 70 degrees, but it was blowing 25, 30 miles an hour. The second day it was hot and still blowing, and then the last day it was raining all day and it was cold, and I hit a great drive on 10, it hit 7 wood, barely got to the front of the green. So I felt like I saw 3 different types of golf courses, and I mean, I really felt like it helped kind of going into this week, because you just never know. You never know with the weather, what the wind does, or anything like that, what you're going to kind of get yourself a part of.
Thanks for your time, Patrick. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Scottie Scheffler is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. We'll go ahead and jump right into questions, starting right here with Jim.
Scottie, you've talked about spotting the field, too many shots the first couple of rounds. Does this feel satisfying to play this way and be right there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the best start I've gotten off to this year, maybe besides American Express, maybe. But yeah, I felt like, especially going into the weekend, when you look at like the Masters and Hilton Head and Cadillac, finishing second was probably not all that bad from where I was starting the weekend. And so, yeah, definitely nice to get off to a better start this week.
You have another one?
Just curious, 13, 14 fairways, I believe. Does that feel right? And is that important here? You put on the fairways?
I think it's always important to get the ball in the fairway. I think around this golf course, there's there's a lot of run-ups on the greens, and they put the pins on some of the high points, and so your scores are definitely going to be lower if you hit the ball in the fairway. But it's still, it's really, really difficult to make birdies. You hit some really nice iron shots in there to 10, 15 feet, and then you got putts with a ton of break on them. And so the golf course, especially on the greens, I think is quite challenging.
Up to Patrick on 3.
Hi, Scottie. I know they don't give out prizes after one round, but given all you've achieved in the sport, how does it leave you feeling, the fact that you, for the first time ever, you have the lead or a share of the lead after one round at a major? How do you feel about the position you put yourself in?
Yeah, I think the emphasis would be share of the lead. I think there's like 6 or 7 guys up there, and it's a really tight leaderboard. So at this moment, it's anybody's tournament. But like you said, it's nice to get off to a good start. And get some rest tonight and wake up and do more of the same tomorrow.
Go ahead, B.
We saw you miss the par putt on 14, and to the broadcast cameras, it kind of looked like you just stood there and laughed. What did you make of the way the greens were playing today?
There's a ton of slope on the greens, and that putt in particular on 14, it was like the pin was on the very highest point of the green. It was like everything around it went like this, and I just watched Fitzy's putt break right to left, and he missed it on the left side, and so I played it what I felt was like right center, and it broke pretty severely to the right, and so there's just not much you can do there other than laugh. That's part of the game. Sometimes you get good and bad breaks, and I hold a couple long putts today, and anytime you're able to do something like that, you gotta take the good with the bad.
And it's the first time this area has held a major tournament in quite a while. We saw some video of you during practice rounds getting chirped for being a Cowboys fan. What did you make of the environment during the first full day of competition today?
I got chirped a lot more than I expected for being a Cowboys fan, but it was all in good fun. I got a kick out of it. The fans were quite funny today, and yeah, Philly is definitely a sports town. Like I said a little bit at the beginning, I haven't played much golf here and haven't spent much time in the city, and I certainly won't this week with it being a golf tournament. But overall, yeah, it was a lot of fun. The crowd had some great energy today. There's some really cool spots on the golf course where you can kind of get punch bowl type of feel, and the crowd can get loud. Like I hold a nice putt on 7, and it was really loud, and then another nice par putt on 8, and that was really loud. And so the crowd had a ton of energy, and it was a lot of fun to play in front of them today.
Thanks for your time, Scottie.
Thanks.
Alex Smalley is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Alex, quite the start for you today. How would you summarize your opening round?
Yeah, it's hard to complain with 3 birdies in the first 5 holes. Definitely kind of gets you to ease into the round a little bit. Just try to give myself as many birdie looks as I could, and was able to do that for the most part on the first few holes and hit some good putts that were able to go in. So definitely a dream start, if you would call it that, and then just try and hold on for dear life for a few holes after that.
Absolutely. We'll take some questions, starting with Jim.
Alex, I guess it's a good habit. These 67s in the first round of the PGA Championship, you did the same thing last year. Do you take something from last year, Quail Hollow, into the next 3 days?
Yeah, I mean, I think the circumstances are a little different. I had played Quail Hollow for the Wells Fargo before the PGA last year, so I was fairly familiar with the golf course. I had played a tournament there before the PGA. This one was brand new for me. I had never seen it before I arrived on property earlier this week. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a big golf tournament. I just try to think of it as any other standard golf tournament. Just try to prepare the same way I normally would for any other week throughout the year. But I would certainly, look back on last year and how I felt kind of being up near the top of the leaderboard after Thursday and close to the top on Friday.
What was going through your head on the 60? No, I mean, after starting like that, and what is the impulse to try to keep that momentum going? No.
On what tee box did you say?
6 tee box. No?
On 6 tee box.
Yeah.
Try to hit the fairway. I don't think my strategy really changed a whole lot. Even after the first 5 holes, I still tried to hit as many fairways as I could. I tried to play smart, tried to hit it to the widest spot of the fairway, didn't try to rip driver everywhere on every single hole. But I knew 7 and 8 were difficult holes. I know 10 was a difficult hole, so I had some tricky ones coming up. But like I said, after that start, I hate to say it, but you still want to push forward a little bit, but the golf course is playing tricky, so there's definitely a few holes where you're kind of just playing for par. Even when you walk up to the tee box, you're still trying to hit the best shot you possibly can, but maybe my targets got a little further away from the hole after the start. But yeah, I mean, I just tried to hit the fairways as much as I could, hit the greens, and try to get a decent look at birdie on most holes after that.
And I think in general, how hard did you try to stay away from the rough here, both close to the fairways or on the greens, and how much is that the key here this week? No?
Yeah, the rough is tricky. It's a very thick blade of grass. Excuse me. So you can certainly get some bad lies in places, but there's a few holes where it's a little spotty. I'm sorry. Got something stuck in my throat here. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. There's grass everywhere. But yeah, I feel like I did a good job of hitting the greens and being smart with where I was trying to leave it on the greens. I don't really think I was in the rough around the greens a whole lot today. And then some of the tee shots where I did miss the fairway, I felt like I missed it on the correct side, so I had a good angle into where the pin was. That was the case on number 7. I'm not really sure how you're supposed to hold that fairway with the way it slopes towards the rough. It's a very difficult fairway to hit, but I hit a couple tee shots where I just kind of had to punch out on 10 and 15, was kind of behind the 8 ball right off the tee shot. But for the most part, I felt like I did a good job off the tee and then was smart with my targets going into the greens.
All right. Thanks for your time, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.